There we go. Hey everyone. Oh, hang on. Keep forgetting to turn that on. Testing. There we go. All right. Hey everyone. Welcome back to the Endwalker MSQ stream. Last time we left off, we got to see my one true love yet again, and talk with some of the other Asians. So yeah, let's see what else is going on here in Elpis. Ooh, that's a sweet ass mount. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get up there yet. From here, we follow the path northward to Natsunaeus. There we will find one of the teleporters, which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First, the travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the devices together at once, and henceforth you will be able to leave. You'll have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Excuse me. Here we are, Natsunaeus. The teleporter will take us to Calimelius Sephiros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large above us. Step this way and we shall soon admire the view from above.
I present to you Calimelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by... Well, an Arrhaeus. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept.
Huh.
At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight. Another, superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion.
Hit this?
Here we are.
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
Heidelin?
Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Benar, that we should meet you here.
Oh.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Benar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Oh, shit!
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future?
What? No? I mean, what?
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Does it protect you from enthrallment by primals by any chance?
Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection.
So the
I
knot
gather from your
is
question
Heidelin.
that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
You're right, I can't speak of it.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Oh god, so many revelations, Jesus. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with the matter I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain constant engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Hermes which made off with it. An Hermes, you say? I think we may have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, leads only to the Hermes. There's no guarantee it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you're hunting down the thief, I can follow it behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes. Very poor choice of words. I would appreciate another eye to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up once we've exhausted our efforts. Another one south of west. Oh, and a lot of people fighting a boss. It's almost dead anyway. It's dead. There it is. Come on. Hermes of Spriggan. Where would I hide a crystal like that? Can I claim this? Not quite. Oh, I went right past it. Another one northwest, okay. There it is. There we go. Come on. Come on. Mother. Fuck. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. The crystal! Well done! Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I've often been asked to do so, yeah. Oh, you too! Some of us seem destined to always be searching, for ourselves and for others. Long ago, when I held the seat of Asum, I was forever tracking back and forth across the star in search for answers to the people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I'm still quite eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings my attention to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal as a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is that the way the one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return this stolen property. If you would go on ahead and to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Are those anima? Hmm. I was on top of that goddamn rock, of course. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh. Ah, just one more left. You know, I might as well go get it then. Come on. Assuming I can even reach it. Of course not. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please, make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
Ah, a wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
In the future I came from, a calamity called the Final Days has befallen the world.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Okay. Well, It all started with you. Your people, the Asians in Yamarot. And so Heidelin beseeched me her blessing. And I fought against the Asians. And came across you, MSQ. And I eventually had to kill Zodiarch, which was the catalyst for the final days.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Heidelin? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future,
Oh, fuck, damn it.
by alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital in Yamarot, or even my own home, would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Heidelin did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Heidelin is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Yamarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Because you wanted to join them.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again. Emmett Selk, wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Hermes and Meteon are somehow involved.
Hermes and his creation Meteon, you say? If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
Thank you, Vana.
Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis, or the man himself. I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus I suggest we fall back to the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. Observers who live here can certainly tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and have a good idea where we might begin. See the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. She's the one who made arrangement for me to stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she's held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions, and I will help you with drawing out answers if need be. I'll leave the choice of topic to you. Questions? For me? Well, I suppose I've no other pressing duties at the moment. Oh, okay. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mrs. Vernat. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man. Reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species with incredible detail, and is leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Meteion been here? I cannot say rightly say. As a chief's personal creation, Meteion has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there, and what make you of her abilities? I understand that she is highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I have not had the occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years, though I cannot say we are close. He has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that's what you mean. Forgive us, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteion? That would be Timaeus. He has similar experience with flying concepts, and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You find him conducting his observation on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Sai. I think we've taken enough of Ismene's time. Our investigation's off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers, if you could track down the colleague Ismene mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with Timaeus. Yes, I'm Timaeus, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. So, what is it that you wish to speak about? Is it true you're an expert on flying creations? A fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in. We can discuss the finer points of this fascinating craft. My deep and abiding love for avian artistry can be traced back to when I was but a young boy, stricken by the transcendent beauty of a glorious golden-feathered creature my father had designed. It was then and there that I vowed to one day surpass that masterpiece. Oh no. And thus did I secure an observer's role here, in Elpis, and at last realized my childhood ambition. Here the dreams I once dreamed were an everyday reality, in which I find fulfillment through the research and creation of new flying life forms. And a brief recounting of the events, as was doubtless to your disappointment. Is there any specific part you would like me to expand upon? You hoping for my opinion on Chief Hermes' creations? Then why didn't you say so? Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever favorite of the creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none who save he who can conceive such marvels. Even we who prize elegance and of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteon too is a marvel, then. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know she has a gift of communicating by her emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. The Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, and then will the design be registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing colleagues' creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if you came to me, a fellow artisan looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelekis? Dynamis and Entelekis? Those terms sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Not really. Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered you sought out my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chit-chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to? That could have gone better. Ah, good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So, have any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field has had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as a personal project, and provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes herself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the Entelekis which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay at our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note that you could tell me about Meteon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? There are more like her. She has sisters. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier, in any event. Would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers are now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one that we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripateer Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. This tower and the one further along and the one further along are both part of the Perpetua crystalline, the facility where we archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of massively interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we're here, is it? I should cut my architectural lesson short. I see that those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Ah, Jesus, I think I have a cold. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. If you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it that you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project. And by that I assume you mean Meteon. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I can't tell you exactly when Meteon appeared. Only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Ah, Galeen is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward. A host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she'd ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mr. Sena, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement and proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after the task, but has since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me a retelling of this sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course. Or you can hear from her lips directly, if you prefer. At present, you should be making observing a subject at Metabasios Thalsalai. Thalasai. She doesn't enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mrs. Venan. Even though such pursuits must be continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Asm. But what would Elpis be without your early academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. Aye, I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you will depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It'll take it up to the Skyway, and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts of the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance of Metabasis Thalasai. Thalasai. Helene will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Mr. Vana, just passing through. Allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there's always an observer or two out on the upper skyway. Mr. Zvina! I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. The lovely view will keep us occupied while she's ready until she's ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
It's more beautiful here, I'd say.
Elpis is a place of exceptional beauty in this age, so it may not make for a fair comparison. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account. Incredible! Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? When sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in, the heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life, laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness.
Aw.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. should I spy on an isle to the south? But Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Does he not?
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Oh, I want to go to the northmost island. God damn it. There's an ether current there. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of research to others. Which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter a more likely possibility. Proceeding under the assumption our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate upon our star. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Matea. If we are so fortunate, we might find some hint as to what drives this research of his. Kalincia said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Shall we take a look? Let's take a look, shall we? Oh man. What level are we at? 78. 87, so we should be getting close to the next dungeon. Jesus. Well, I guess that would be it. Now, if we were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you been the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. Puppy? Puppy! My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Sai over there to that island? Stubborn creature. There's no place in this great star we have not together traveled, and still he means to obstinate in the presence of strangers. Arcos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. I've ridden on him before, actually. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. It's certainly not unthinkable. Speaking of the here and now, the quickest solution for us is to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him that you're capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you're worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. We're gonna duel the fucking avatar of Heidelin ourselves? Holy shit. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember. A memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield, friend. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you on the clearing over yonder. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. I wonder if it's just gonna be like right here or in an instance. I hope the latter, because that actually means it's gonna be a bit of a cooler fight. I hope. It's an instance. Oh, okay. Okay. Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Let's do this.
Let neither side hold back.
Oh my god!
My blade sings!
Oh no! What am I doing?
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. What? She's a dancer now?
No quarter. Have a take. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Ow.
Prepare yourself.
Ah, what the fuck?
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Ha! Damn it. Oh, Jesus, that was close. Uh-oh.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
Ah! Ugh! Oh my god, that was
You
close.
still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough. 'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys. Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
That's why he liked us on the moon. Aww. Archons will soon have us standing at the very spot where the Matea made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we will find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Let's move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? Oh, whoops. I keep accidentally pressing the fucking mouse button when I'm adjusting myself in my seat. Hey, Argos. Oh my god, this place is beautiful.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
No, you mean something like the Echo?
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you.
Oh, she can do it on command.
Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Oh, shit.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No. I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, as though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes is a gentle soul, and yet...
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
I don't know if that's
Then it
wise,
is
though.
settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are a number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. We could not, but we could do worse than to look into Kisses Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethlo. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. The Northern Isle. I wonder, Sai, for an institution which claims its duty to research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they did find room for them all on such few islands? The answer lies within Kisses itself. I touched upon the practice before at the archives, where vast areas stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environments. 'Tis there, within these sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis' observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of the Poetan Oikos. So many names I can't even begin to pronounce. Oh, and we got blue quests. Cool. And lasted a lot, too. I'm probably gonna sound like a broken record, but honestly, I love this place. Yep. Nice and sweet. Short and sweet, I mean. Fuck off. Nice. Okie dokie. Excuse me. Pegasus. Ah, good. The teleport acknowledged you as my guest. You now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to get this Hyperborea, we follow this path and turn left at the crossroads. There it is. That should be the last one I need to unlock flight. Oh, never mind. Here we are, the greatest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask for Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Emmett! It's the dais! Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else spoke with appeared to possess the chief. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might have been recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Selk. So you do believe me? According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but we're never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is that if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we fail to perceive it. And what better fits the description of that invisible, intangible dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that either he knew and was unable to help, or he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced in perceiving truth, and would only have it known that Fandaniel would have lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. Yeah. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for understanding. Save your thanks. I do not say I believe your ridiculous story. But as Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally inoffensive I may find it. I think the time for leisurely exploration has passed. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before the venture elsewhere. Head straight down to the path. We can teleport to Misopsis Eros for the device at the bottom of the slope. Just making sure. Man, this area is fucking huge. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Sai, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... then again, perhaps Sai can handle them. She did survive a bout with Vana after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Okie dokie. Yeah, this place is gonna be a bitch to navigate the future without flight, so good thing I went ahead and did everything. Oh, good lord. Ugh. They've proved this stuff? Jesus. There we go. I was getting close if I got another encounter. I think. Unless I have to kill all these things before I can continue. There we go. Ah, fucking hell. There they are. Sai, what are you doing here? I thought you were helping Hithadeus and Emmett Silk's company. Oh, I thought you were keeping Hithadeus in Emmett Silk company. Okay. An important matter, and unrelated to my decision to defend Daniel, you say. Then, yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. You spoke with Hermes, then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well. I see, or should I say, smell. Is it really that bad? I cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. As for fascinating as it would be to meet with the MXL who would create Yamarot in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it for our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope that it is. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are, and why you came.
So basically, I'm from the future, and yeah, so you brought the end of the world, and I'm trying to stop that, and...
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction, and none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics.
Oh, that makes sense.
In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise, it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere.
So some kind of alien life?
According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
The Metia.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
Oh, shit.
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Ah!
It hurts, it hurts. It hurts.
So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why? Why do we? They hurt. 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 This is wrong. All wrong.
Meteon!
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right?
No!
In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
So the other Meteor, they went out into outer space, and they're avoiding being tortured or getting attacked by something horrible, and that's affecting this Meteon when she was connected to them.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Oh dear God. Damn. It seeps into our mind. Our voices reporting. No, no. Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no. No. We can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. Please, don't follow me. God damn it. How? How did it come to this? Is this the reason we travel the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Damn it. She's gotta be around here somewhere. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Aethris. Processing expedition data. Prepare profiles of intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Sai! You mustn't listen! It's wrong. It's all wrong. Any sign of Meteon? Any sign of Meteon? Panic and confuse, which will make it all more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of the situation? The Matea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect that something has happened which disturbs its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Matea's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down Matea, we just lost. We have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what will befell their sisters. No way to provide directions or guidance. And we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Oh, my dear Meteon. What did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not disrupt her concealment with sufficient surfeit of aether? Much how I myself solidified your presence when we first met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. So I must all work together. So I will continue to search for the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once you ascertain the Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reel our wayward familiar with a swift aetherical downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she's made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leith. As soon as she's made visible, it should provide no great feat to herd her into a corner. And we have our plan. Cyanum itself will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. MSQ and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let's return to where we saw last on Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Emmet's following us! Right, anyway, focus. Meteon. Damn. Nothing this way? I'll try another route then. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll have to hide. Hide then. Nowhere where no one can find me. She went into the lake? As if it wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expansion make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think about dragging me over the falls. Final answer no. If I end up drenched head to toe, I swear I will feed you to Remora. It's either here or at the edge over there. Okay. not here. I'm not here. Please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Meteon. Sai? What are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him. His poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. Wait. Do you mind? Is this teleporter not in use? He seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it spares no trace to Meteon's essence. We move on. Whoops. There, I see her. Bruh.
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Right. What?
Meteon. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteon?
Finding intelligent life?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Oh.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteon, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Yamarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What the hell?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
Well, I'm guessing that's what the next trial is going to be. Why, Hermes? Why couldn't you leave her well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when your creation is returned to the ether? Had you ever never cast aside your accursed question to the distant stars, you would have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Hermes has headed to Kisses. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop, and most likely at the uppermost point of the facility. So how do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him, no matter what Hermes might be thinking. Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The convocation duty is to safeguard this star. Star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vena, Zai? It is clear we stand on the precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Kisses Hyboria, we go. Yeah, that place is pretty big. And if it's supposedly bigger on the inside, then yeah. Oh no. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Kisses? Mrs. Vana, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Kisses was put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and so we've yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. And what does the state of alert entail exactly? I feel that everything magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Kisses scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen to fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I have little to offer beyond my etherical vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. We are fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled. You've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only to make the most of your strength, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once Asm after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emet can impress with your arcane majesty. You lock potent spells as easily as breathing, but you can also channel that power into a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Eh? Well, yes, I suppose should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Zai, so it is only right that you may lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Right. It's a... No way! No! No! That... Oh my god!
Come, let us be off.
Oh my god. Alright! Alright! I'm all for it! We're fighting with Emmet Selk, Hythlodates, and Venad. Holy shit! Alright!
Can scarcely contain my excitement.
Let's get this over with.
He's a bard?
Come, let us be off.
Alright! Let's fucking go, man, then. Ooh, I like the look of this place already. Okay, so he's a bard, she's a white mage, and Emmetok's a dark knight. Okay. I'm fucking with this. I'm fucking with this.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
You know what? Hang on. Shouldn't be that bad considering they're just AI. Also, wait. Oh shit! She's using an old ability. Like that was something that White Mages had, like way back in the Realm Reborn. Wasn't it? Like I never played back then, but I read up a bit on like the old how the game used to be. Uh-oh. Whoops. What? What? Now we have to follow the footsteps. I think.
I see you.
way.
There we go.
I see you opening.
Have a taste.
Stay away!
Emmett!
I see you opening.
Out of my way.
Holy shit, what are those animations?
I'm not entirely useless.
Was it the name of the boss? Lissa?
Be gone!
Out of my way.
completely forgot to upgrade my gear before. I would like to at least keep my eye patch on. Yeah. Oh, but this gear looks really cool too, though. Hang on, let me. I don't know if I prefer it over what I had before, but whatever.
Be gone!
I'm not entirely useless.
What? Oh, it's based on which head is, Okay, that's cool.
Have a taste.
Oh, it didn't break it.
I see you, Evelyn. I'm not entirely useless.
There we go.
I cannot let you take Meteor. Not yet.
Have at you.
I see you, Evelyn.
Whoa, okay. Whoa.
I see you.
Damn it. The issue with using alt as a as one of the buttons for your hotbar for your hotcars is the fact that you accidentally sometimes alt tab out of the game, which is not ideal when you're in the middle of combat.
I see you. I see you.
Oh.
So, it comes to this. I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Alright.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Dust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power!
Ah! What the fuck just happened there? Okay, maybe I should turn down the effects a little bit because I didn't even see what hit me. Alright, round two, shithead.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Dust and
Oh, he uses it in two different directions.
Dancing wind, pierce my foe! Stars on high, all is rain!
Ah! Jesus Christ! Okay, so I need to get behind one of the rocks, apparently. It would be nice to know which fucking thing would go first, though. It's like they used two of them in a row, like one after the other.
I will have the time and tranquility I require.
I see you.
Dust and gale, gather to me! Ancient breath, unleash your power!
Okay, that one's understandable enough.
Dancing winds, pierce my foe! Stars on high, all is rain!
Ah, come on. Aha! I have to keep an eye out which rocks are fragile. Okay.
I'm not entirely.
Nice one, Emmett!
Streams of ether, surge as one!
Out of my way.
Have a taste.
transformed.
Out of my way.
But I am not finished yet.
Ah! Yeah!
My power.
Ooh. Oh, so you activate this, wait for everyone to pull off their attacks, and then when they build, once it hits the stack hits a certain amount, you use this, and then just fucking blast the enemy to Kingdom Come. Okay. I guess it might just be easier if I put it down here, now I think about it. Those look kind of fancy. They look like little, like, spaceships. Can I change my appearance yet? Nope. In that case...
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteion, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory.
She's turning into a blasphemy.
One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth.
Oh no.
That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
Etion! Oh no.
Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
Bold words coming from you, Emmett. Oh, what the fuck?
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right?
Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos, awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Oh no!
Command, universal memory alteration. Target area, Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of MSQ of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events, and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to MSQ and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated in a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
No.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteon!
Ah!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
Oh no.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place.
Right.
You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Almost!
What?
Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
Ah, crap.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape.
Hit the dais!
Too brave by half.
Huh?
Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What?
But how? I thought the confluence was over.
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping we would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen.
Oh!
There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Emmett!
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence, and the place where to we must go.
What do you mean?
Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
What became of the others, I wonder?
I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Kutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be.
Right.
Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos' accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did? If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venara about it when next we meet.
Yes, yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Yamarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Oh.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation.
That's why Hythlodaeus recognized us back in Yamarot. Or at least could see us.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Fuck, dude. I'm feeling at all recovered. I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more entelechies. He poured much of himself into Meteion, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He'll believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then Amicia would still never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day, hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Van Daniel. Aww. You had to use the original party for this. Damn. Sai, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No. We must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes thought to expunge are preserved. What remains of our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Probyllion. Thou must live, die, and know. Oh, I thought it was the actual thing where I was standing there for a second. Oh, okay.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Yes, this is where we part ways.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted, and bring them into the fold.
Hence the summoning of Heidelin.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friend's memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
Till we meet again, Vana. Hydaelyn.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandania.
This is the intro of the Yamarot dungeon.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
Didn't listen to her.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
MSQ recognized Vana, not Asm.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Jesus. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to process what just happened. Oh my god. Actually, wait. Sai? Impeccable timing, as always. I heard you off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. I read somewhere that the achievements are actually the lyrics to something. On wings of hope, rise up through the night, higher, oh higher, carrying on her song, fast within your arms, that its chorus might ring for all. So, have you learned up more of the final days? Where to start? The journey has been well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here are taking a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain where and the why of it, Alice and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locodemonia is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Histini, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Yashola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Heidelin and the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that's likely been years, if not decades in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You also recall the proposal issued by Master Forsenal to the people at Ras Atan. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wished to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleport in the Tower of Babel, and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage of the hand refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alice, Histini, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Voshinold. Then panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Sai. Please, you must help them. I'll do what I can. having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Kept broken glass with their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution. Good lord. Well, first of all, I need to make sure my glamour is all set up. Because I realized the gloves didn't change as I wanted them. Ah, right, I probably need to repair my gear first. There. Just making sure. Yep, it's the gloves, legs, and boots that are missing. Ah, fuck the colors. Oh, lovely. We're gonna get instance immediately. Sigh. Not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, their fellow Scions have arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacius that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure that refugees come to no harm. I'd have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you're ready to depart? Oh boy! Oh, these plasmids look a little different.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same way we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense. How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair.
You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Who are we playing as? Alphino!
Our commander beats attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
Leave it to me.
No, 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 no. Hey, 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 it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Ah, damn it.
Those who can stand, come with me. Easy now. Deep breaths. You're safe now.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Ugh. Gotcha. Oh, hell! There we go.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Ah, crap.
I don't want to die.
What?
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
The Garleans!
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid. For once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride! Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
Alice? Yeah!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Are we finally gonna play as Alice? Oh, hell yeah! Even better, I actually know how to play a red mage. Alright, let's see. Flare!
I'm fine.
We're holy! Ow.
I'm not done yet.
Thank you, Graha. Ah, hell.
None to worry about.
What?
Crackles with energy. Find cover.
As they say, turnabout's fair play.
Vermilion Pledge!
On guard.
Oh yeah!
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back. Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Oh, god damn it, another one? This is like the trailer!
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Have no fear, for the warrior light is here. You've done well in my absence.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
It's time we end this.
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Ah!
Just the beginning.
I had a feeling I'd find you.
Hey, Stinian!
This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
Ha! Alphino! Ugh. Ugh.
Now,
Yes! Ha! 'Ha! 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 '
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Charlian is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Charlian. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
Oh no.
More of them.
What? Xenos?
Xenos! Here!
Well, where else would he be?
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship. Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone.
along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us, not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos!
Alize?
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Oh! That shook him up. Alright. I'm gonna take a very quick break to get some food in my stomach, and we'll continue right after that. So yeah, talk to you in a moment. Alrighty, and we're back. There we go. To see Zeno standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. Oh, that looks ugly.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur.
What the fuck do you want?
And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
It depends on the scheme.
I swear.
I don't.
Any other I would doubt, but you I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks. Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
Hmm? What the fuck? One of the Loprets?
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
What? What? Huh? What are they doing here?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night.
Urianger!
And to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Aren't you? With your fucking thighs exposed?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose, ere I procure more suitable garments.
Oh no, he's shaking!
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans.
Ah.
It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom? Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more. Hey, maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
forgive me, but are they...
Oh no, he didn't know!
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met! You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I, bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loporrits made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Aww. Good to have you back. Good to have you back.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Of course.
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
You see, I was wondering!
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
That was a quest introductory cutscene, Jesus. No, we're here already. I dare say Master Fortunal was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the Rostra. Oh, what? Oh. There we go. Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting you to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loporrit's desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kral tells that you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in your ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the Etherical Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelation did Hydaelyn's Elpis flower lead? Well, where to start? So, apparently, the ancient Asrians had an area called Elpis, which is where the flower is from. And I met... And so, Vena sent me back to the present. And this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are the one and the same, this all but proves Natana's theory. We're an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of Aether. But if our star is so replete with Aether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Meteion. Or rather the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilization that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetheris. And our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteion. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteion and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vena, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venat you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share the knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteion? The Venat I knew would never give up. That's my impression too. Otherwise she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what is the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteion. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. The communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck in your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not, though we enlisted the help of our involved and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, but we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Greater Exodus. And Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. The Forum's in session, and as such, the roster is closed to visitors. I've been invited. A sign of the Seventh Dawn? Very well, can we wait in the corridor? Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, the sacred institution holds rational discord in the highest. Emblems of war are expressly forbidden. Can you actually sit at these? It doesn't look like it. Well, that's disappointing.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us, and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
Is that a Garlean?
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on two conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
Oh.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
Fortunal.
As the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Getting close to the end, I think. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both of me to communing with Untitled and reaching Meteion, spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves in the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner. I'd like to think that it's not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn of how an ether burner actually works, before we attempt to improve it, though. As instructed, I shall take you to the ether burner. Meet me outside the Archaeon. I trust you can do your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could you conceal such a massive undertaking? Oh, God, I want that mount. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archaeon's lift. Step inside and have Opheline take you to the medial circuit. You wish to use the lift, yes? I sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha, on the other side of the Marial Economics. Actually, there is something I've been meaning to... No, never mind. It can wait. Let's enter the matter at hand. Damn it, that would have been a perfect opportunity to punch him in the face. God damn it. Did I forget an aetherite thing? Or a... ether current? Yeah, that's the one. has to be below then. Or is it? Could be I just missed it before. I did. Okay. Good thing I checked before I went further down. Due west. Don't think I can reach that. No. I'll just come back to this level if I need to. Come on. Bro. Yeah, it's telling me to go south. West. I'm pretty sure I've exhausted every ether current on this level, and the one before that. We have to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, simulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they're able to create an ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when I went out somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I had been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loperites in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all of mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the great exodus, but that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on the distant stars. Though the Loperites have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the great exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, the access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to these said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. Here we are, the lowest level. Quite a large one at that. The Aether Burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary instructions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Oh, I don't think I can get past right now. Damn. Come on, there's gotta be one Aether current down here on this level, right? Right? Yeah. Ah, shit. Headset wire got caught. There we go.
Could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost me eyebrows.
Think, Coco, think! We be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Aether Burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I'd have a feeling a can is going to be involved.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Aether Burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the Aether Burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient.
measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
What about that Allegan thing on the moon?
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
I think we were, yeah. The White Raven's ghost. It haunts me.
Heavens, are you all right? You look pale as a... Well... Best put that battle from your mind for now. Deep breaths. That's it.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this? Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Who are you talking to? Julius? The Guardians?
Understood.
Lucia!
The Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Wood expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether.
What about As's Law?
Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allegan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Find a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
It's times like these we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphino has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pull conversation? As we're expecting a rather lot of visitors in the near future, I'd better return to the surface and reform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh? And who might that be? That's for me to know, and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck! No, don't tell me. The fucking Lala Mafia.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allegan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Theurgeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberg will personally see it done.
have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allegan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Are our deficiencies so plain to see?
Yes.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Haurchefant's grave.
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
Petra?
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Though our friends are researching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there what else you might need to be of service? Ha! You've already done more than enough! If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. Well, he and Graham established reports. Why don't we help with the preparation for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this will mean going above and beyond on the terms of our agreements. But I propose this is not to curry favor. As confident as I am we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing with the Great Expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantine. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you have a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to do it. Ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet's lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Pah! That lot will need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. West. There. Further west. Wait, is it actually a ring? next one is further inwards then. But I'm so close to this ether, I might as well go grab that. And might as well also test out my theory, whether it's actually a circle. And again, if it's directly north where I am right now, it might be over here. Lots to consider. Oh, good lord. Out of hell with it. Nice. Ah! There it is. Further northeast, huh? Okay. There's a bunch of quests I have to do as well. Damn. Right there. that spot seems important. Aw, someone's riding Argos right here. Cool. So it is a mount you can unlock. From what I can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration the Skull and 2K mentioned. Let's meet by the Aetheroid once our work is done. Nope, and there were the quests. Bloody hell. Hidden around here, maybe? Yes! Ah, damn. Hello? Are you one of the new helpers? Work on the ether burner? Oh dear. I hear things come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties, checking and loading samples day in and day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The Rome's got enough on their plate as it is. What with deciding who gets aboard the Ark and when. A lot of powerful people have opinions on about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortune and all the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Probably not. With the Ark, even with all the power of Master Kokol's managed to squeeze out of the ether burner is still not enough, apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying and there's no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We spent many years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan and all will be well. Offering to help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the document by myself. There's mostly lists and things that we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and whichever star we choose our next home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of the living conditions, so it'll be a lot busier once after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, and after having communicated with them on such a limited capacities thus far. To be perfectly honest, I have not the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous living giants. Why, I almost prefer something small and fluffy, like the padded rabbit that ran by. About that. Living way! You little shit.
Fancy meeting you here, Sai. Our friends at the forum brought us to see the teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't even have any creation magics. What we're really interested in...
Okay, never mind.
What we're really interested in is the theories itself, so now we find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all the time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll have to show them ourselves around, or at least that's what we were planning to do until we chance upon Orianja and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun?
How about we don't? A tour of Labyrinthos? An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestaway burrows, 'twill be in our best interest to have the Loppers acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by the Charling collaborators. I fear, however, that a continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening the perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture.
What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder?
Ah yes, the what's-it. I leave this explanation to Sai. Oh boy. Is this the one they were talking about? I believe that's a cloud generator they were talking about earlier. I hope so.
Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics, it's positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features.
Oh boy. Oh no. What about the tanks?
It's a little too hard to see from here, but that gold pipe connected to the top of those tanks. And I can see there's a window and another pipe at the bottom. Ah, it must be delivering water drawn up from below. Is that water I hear inside that great big tube? Must be because those cogs are in the giant wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how it dropped the water. Probably some sort of spiral mechanism inside it too.
Yes.
That looks like the trees in the greatest Endsvale. Hold on, that's Just a bit of a strange shape. You sit on the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite something tall, but something so unbalanced too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I knew that. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water dumped underground, presumably some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it! A brilliant design and simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install it even in the harshest environments. For us operates, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that people of Aetheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Thanalan are built near an oasis. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to produce the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we calculate the average rate of consumption per individual. Ah, shit, I dropped something. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Master Alpha now spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Legiticon Alpha, did he not? Maybe the Loppers will share this recipe sheet for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of the Australian Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big nasty teeth lurking about the safe confines of the settlement. We were not escorted here by burly custodians. I tried to think what might have become of us. Regrettably, to many hungry predator with aforementioned big nasty teeth, leopards may appear to be potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Good. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing a safe passage to Legiticon Alpha? No! Please, don't! For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. Wow, our character's so nice. A more valiant protector they could not have wished for. Godspeed! It was all the same to you. I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way. So the water extraction, what's it? Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction Watson is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it was all the same to you.
Excuse me. Also, was it just me, or did you hear the sync of the steps of this mount with the music there? My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray, follow me.
Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. We're very lucky the Aether just happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or if mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder. Either way, it's nothing sort of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it.
No, this does not match my aesthetic at all. Kind of reminds me of the Neo-ish Guardian set in a way. Could possibly work as a dancer set. No, wait, it's maiming set. Never mind.
This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food?
I believe both the knowledge and consumables you see can be found in Marigal Economics. As I imagine Singingway and the others intend to study every consumable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort your visiting culinarian?
Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Oriante was telling us about. In his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, description cannot compare to the sampling than myself. Not to mention the theories will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. Let us brook for no further delay.
The shit I put up with. Hey, how come they're so much faster than me? What the fuck? Bruh. Appears to be a group, whatever they are.
This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read some of those who help themselves to harvest crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they could be willing to pot with a few samples.
Lovely. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We all got to find ways to do what we do down here. Down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the former decided will be our new home. It's all so sudden, so surreal.
Don't you want to go to the moon?
Well, it's better than waiting on the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environments, so many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you keep to talk about, is it?
Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We really wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may.
By all means, help yourselves.
Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin?
Oh, wait. The low polygon grapes, of course.
Oh, I know what these are. Grapes? Yes? Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. It tastes like a ripe philosopher's carrot. And yet the texture is completely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, it's certainly given me food for thought, though far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what's your opinion on grapes? Meh. Meh? An expression of indifference, I assume. In all fairness, our companion did not know that they are valued any more as an ingredient for spirituous beverages, rather than a fruit as a regular consumption. Anyway, that's enough grapes for the time being. On to the next tree. Apples? Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first? The fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat! Yes. Equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have consult Oriange about expanding on my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices. And each individual has their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Regardless of what they are, in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. Ah, but speaking of carrots, have you yet to sample any of the vegetables? Let's see what's in that field over there. Pumpkins? That color, that texture. Are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No, they're called pumpkins. No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less concerned than the taste. Ugh! It's so hard and flavorless. I might as well be chewing on a piece of wood. That all confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as godly carrots. Stop! 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 Can't you see these are pumpkins? No one with any sense will try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Don't you find that an awful bother? Who's talking to us? Oh, that guy. Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw off the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the oranges I sample. I wonder, though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about the yellow fruit over yonder? Bananas? Bananas! I think. I can't tell, they're so low polygon. What wondrous fragrance! With luck, it'll be a flavor to match. I have no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. My tongue! Is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? Oh, the lemons! How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Ugh, it may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call it an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Finished, have you? Just you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkins, though I learned the hard way that they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was Lemon, the deceiver. I feel so violated.
First time, was it? I hate for you to leave on a bad taste in the mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If it doesn't change your opinion, nothing will.
More lemon? Have I not suffered enough?
Nevertheless,
It would be remiss of me to spend this opportunity to... Oof, bit of a sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, Lemon Muffin, do your worst. This is delicious! Although I still detect a hint of lemon, he complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed this vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking.
see? We rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we are to survive.
Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporrits, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity to achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly, its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. It is the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred by the futile quest, and also often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, so be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins!
Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway?
Cooking Way, at your service. I'm here to help prepare the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetheris' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge.
Yes, of course. I look forward to it.
Well, this has been all highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Yorianje and the others have run into machinery to inspect, shall we? Ah, damn it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put it on auto run and I'm gonna go grab some snacks real quick. Be right back.
There we go. This was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Limsa Lominsa has a home for the Culinarians Guild and many less than savory establishments. What had I had time to visit? The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish I could spare it from the final days. Alas, Highland's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Sigh. A trust lifetime at Mariel Acronomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts too were rewarded. Now we possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge would occupy them, and us, for a fortnight. Alas, this is the time of the essence. No, time is of the essence, sorry. Let's return to the Charlene Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every loppered there, should further questions within my power, with my power to answer arise. Aww. Oh, come on. What outfit is that? Ah, it's an Omega set, okay. Yes, sigh. That was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris Toxicon Alpha, that's why. Forests so lovely and so leafy. Are all your forests like that? The Black Shroud is... You should see the forest of the first. One was purple. Gasp! Gasp, I say! With a star so wonderful, it comes to no surprise that you were reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise. To assume the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you. Trying so hard, yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Ah, Thancred. Thancred. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping them move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite the news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Excuse me. Perhaps not. Though aided by our godly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be used to people? I'm honored that you think of me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up for the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try.
I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked like to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him? Tis a good place as any. Come. Oh, can I help you? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety is truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see. And what they say of the ship, that is the sum of the decades of Charlie ingenuity that is built with Peel's elegant technology, is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aborted for the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Aetherburner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me more, if there are any aspect of the ship's design you're especially worried about.
Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I devise a means by which to employ gravity, a spatial-temporal spell. Well, to regulate the environment. What if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we left the star?
Ah, gravitation! Maybe I can be of help after all! Up there it's not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of the great big cosmos, rather than separate places...
I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet, if Thancred's tale to be true, still others would benefit from insights born from experience. Might prevail upon the Loppers to attend them.
An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's not we like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris, and learn more about them while we're at it.
Full glad I am to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Sai, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out of distressed and apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to a suitable operate.
Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loperate, and every Loperate in their place.
Oh, good lord, I have to find 8? gonna take a quick, brief pause of voice acting so I can eat my snacks in peace. Ah, shit. I dropped something. are the last two I need? What? He definitely wasn't there before. What the fuck? Excuse me. One more. Where could he be? Excuse me. Something struck in my throat for a second. There, of course. Oh, come on. Behold, Sai. Through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout the Labyrinthos. Verily, to far greater number than we anticipated, living wit doth gather more loporits as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, prithee, I prithee.
So much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
It would behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louis Soir, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes. I
Oh
am.
shit.
Wilson and Blovida, Charlian's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Aw.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
I'm sorry, I just... Of the Scions, I think Urianger has just become one of my favorites. Oh, sigh. Be assured that I am fine. I am. Full glad to see them too. After so very long. Glad as still it was in your company. As difficult it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Thou hast my gratitude for lending me courage to the Loporits. Not to boast of the rest of their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping we might check up on Alice. Last as I saw, she was struggling to carry the enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less likely to scorn. Not to mention that, much of my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Ah, another blue quest. Oh, two of them, actually. Jesus. Fuck. Hold on. Where the fuck did I put my tissues? Need to pull my notes. Alright, I think I should do it. Get back here, you little shit! Oh, whoops. I quite like those pants, however. Damn it. Nice. Just gotta complete the main story, and or at least the main story of this area, and I'll be able to fly wherever I wish. And then once I do that for the final area, I no longer need to have this godforsaken thing in my hotbar. Sai, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help me with boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alvino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there.
Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. Have Thancred to thank? If you're wondering why we're tasked with bringing these boxes to Emporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operation of sorts. Those with the final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once! Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush, they're lighter than they look. Not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose you should let someone know that we're finished. There, Paulden is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why did you come along? You should get the credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might be even learn something interesting. Excuse me. She's your sister, not mine. Gosh, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We brought the samples from the Charlene Hamlet, Series 110? The crates are by the entrance. Thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You're Fortunals children, are you not? Alphino Analyse at your service. You're well acquainted with the father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days in the studio. I remember when you were ye-high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. It's good to see you again, wielding your father's no less. You knew of our parents when they were young. What are they like? Pray, spare no detail. You should come to. It should be. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and the reams of paperwork are want for submission. If we can help you with that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery. How about you each take one? Wait right there! Oh, wait right there. Okay, she meant like that. You'll find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alphino Analyse, I'm certain they will be back soon enough. Are you another one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you might be working on the Aether Burner. Philip's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents in my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep these between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions will succeed. The exit is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect all. So we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlene has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stimulate your pursuit of truth. Oh, come on. Quick and efficient. Oh, whoops. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning at any moment. There they are. We return with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, if you will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe, you struggle out of your swaddled clothes, and... That's quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising of our parents we'd asked for, not to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Levier name garners so much respect in Charlene is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Njunkref's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. It's why Njunkref's pronouncement, "Renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason," has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, aye. Archon Louisoix looked not to Njunkref's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tide was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy, and the false civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to its doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those who one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well, indeed. Archon Louisoix lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlene or no. No one loved or admired her grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortunel could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of the forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortunel agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. Gods, father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. It's not always thus. Gods know that Fortunel is a cranky old goat, and I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and it is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You'll have him. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin. I've not seen him since he took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he's also frustratingly single-minded. Once he decides at a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit that when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three! Graha! Graha! Surely Krokle hasn't driven you out of the forge already? For better or worse, no. However, he has set me on a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't reject some more. Unfortunately, Alice and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Sai? Can you spare the time? Sure. Perfect. This shouldn't take long. Oh, God. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantine falls right into the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Coco wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to the anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames of Coco's forge to be burned hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled into surfaces. The flow of fire aspect ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. I'll see you in the Charlene Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. Oh, we're getting close to the end. I can feel it. Let's see, what time is it? 9:40. Hopefully I should be able to beat the game by midnight, or at least before I go to bed, whenever that might be. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspect ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we will both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself, trust me. Can I ask you to put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you a little trouble, I'm sure. Wait there, if you would.
Did everything go smoothly out there? I thought as much. No major complication to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Coco will have seen the difference in its force flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I share with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we've established, refined adamantine is a product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allagan's effort to extend beyond the bounds of this world. Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent of those who would push further, expand Alex's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above. Perhaps the greatest of was his infamous technologist, Amon. Did he remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. There's no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Asians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak? An natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Ally that moved Amon to resurrect the Emperor Zand. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zand's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had Zand not been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desires for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by those around him, by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe what those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moments, and yet to reach those stars on wings of adamantine, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting. That much I understand. I do understand. But enough of music for now. Why don't we see how Coco is getting on? Shit. Fuck. Shit.
Phew, I can feel those flames are blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha. But there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up the refined adamantite any faster. Unfortunately not. I trust you to deliver on your promise, I do. Only... I hate waiting! I want the adamantite, and I want it now! We share your impatience, I assure you. There's truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime. I wish they're sitting around some bearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as you can't prove it wasn't predetermined, get you gone, I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in the Charlene Hamlet soon. Actually, you know what? Hang on. I want to look my best. Nice.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed. though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
All of it already?
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Oh! Oh! What?
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
What?
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
Holy shit, we got stuff from all over the fucking globe!
Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I shipped them.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
And Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and elegant, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of the Kojin. Upon learning of your need, Bunchin bade me deliver it on behalf of the Blue with all haste. Fearing I could not swim here with the necessary speed, however, I thought to beg our Confederate allies for aid. To my delight, Hancock was already preparing for departure at the selfsame port, and had space for additional cargo.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
Oh, they're from the Evilus raids.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
Huh.
We funded the venture? When?
Tataru!
Fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
I don't call her their goddess of capitalism for nothing.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Ah, Mama Levier!
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent.
I like her.
Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Hey. Hey, Aaronville!
Aaronville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlotte. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters, though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Sid! Alpha!
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
Oh, they actually brought Alpha.
Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlint before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius.
Oh?
He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it, too.
As you like as not suspect, we've also brought adamantite from Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness.
They really are bringing up basically every raid we completed.
The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the Gobby boons.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat-Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you.
Shit. Yeah. Damn it.
Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere.
So we might actually see him
Thinking
out there?
they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chris-Velgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Fuck me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no? 10, no? 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me, as family.
I honestly didn't expect him to come around.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisois openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Oh.
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well.
I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
I suppose not. Our moment of triumph is close at hand!
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. As was agreed, we will reveal the means by which Heidelin may be contacted. We are to meet him in Emporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge he holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method of speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Elementite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks need doing. The Hermes already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Emporia then. Sigh, I have already shown the others inside. You'll want to speak with Claraline. She has to lift the key and continue down after me. Get with Master Fortunal, yes? Just step inside the lift here. Now we're at the bottom level, finally. From here we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, and most closely guarded secret, Thaumasane. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts. Hence, whence we delve to seek the audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Whoa! That is actually just a spaceship. Holy shit! I bid you welcome to Thomosane. Direct your attention towards its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, 'twas designed as a medium-sized craft, better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Heidel ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Oh. I've done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Her children, one and all. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. I'll just fly across. Fly across. Are you serious? I did unlock the achievement, didn't I? I did. What the fuck? As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thomosane. Oh. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began to work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, and search for Heidel's ever fainter echoes. The Agioscope. And you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it's been rare to even hear a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Agioscope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Agioscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they may unravel one's soul. If we return them and you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing the said risks. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we may extract you too early or too late. Kryl? Please, allow me. I thought upon this much, and in truth, I do believe I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events of the Tower of Babel drained me, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time for a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much you may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner of Master Fortune has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me to do so? I can think of none other I trust more. Compared to the effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you to hunt me down and restore us to health somehow. Yeah. You flatter me. But rest assured that I will keep a close eye on all of you. There's one more thing. Those in the ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In this embrace, memory is washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of those memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus, I do caution you to be wary, but also have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. Oh, it's a dungeon! Alright, sure. Oh man, we got the whole gang with us this time. Who do we bring? Okay, I have more than enough. We haven't brought each Stola along at all, I think.
Victory will be ours.
We have Alphino, Thancred, obviously, Graha.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
Oops. Let's fucking do this! Ding! Oh, fuck.
All seems in order with the lens. And I trust you can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
Ow. That one's different. Ilberd? I kind of wish we would have brought a fucking Raban in with us. Ah, hell. Oh, we have to kill these quick. Oh! What? What? I don't recall this one. There we go. Oh, this was the fucking...
It will guide you.
This was the fucking simp for Gaia's back in the day. That's what. Now I remember. Okay. Whoa!
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
I'll grab a few more. Okay, never mind, never mind. Take it! Take it! Ugh. Later. Yep. Which one is this? Oh, was it the big guy that followed Yatsuyu around? What do we do? Oh! Hey, get back! There we go. Is it green? I'm feeling it. I can make it. There we go. Later. There we go. I forgot to eat. Van Daniel!
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
Oh, it's Amon. But that was the figure I saw after Zodiark died, though. Well, it was one of the same, so.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. Make ready. You will persist in this folly no longer.
The fuck? Whoa!
The stage is set.
Uh-oh. It's his right. Ow! Mouse a little too slow on that. Damn.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
What the hell? Shiva?
What a boorish audience you are.
Away with you! Away with you!
Let's end this! Booyah!
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Ah, the rest of you made it finally. Oh, really?
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good.
Fuck. Shit. Do you recall your days as Hermes?
How would you know that name?
I was there in the past. Your memories were wiped. Or altered, that is.
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emmet-Suck. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them, no matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, as Emetzelka drifts somewhere in this ethereal sea. In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis. How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Yamarot in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly! But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Vandal. Still clinging to existence, I see.
Wait, what?
You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to metal, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
Oh shit!
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Next time, we will find the answer together.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Okay, Edgelord.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Did you just turn into a blasphemy? It has that same effect when they die, at least.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
We meet again, Vana.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught.
I think Thanker's gonna like that.
Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless that our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark!
What?
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
We're fighting Hydaelyn.
Prove ourselves worthy, then. Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
The Mother Crystal, now accessible. Oh? A trial with trusts! What?! Hydaelyn, let's do this. divine light, Heidelin.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
Let's do this. Whoops. Oh.
Make ready.
Oh, that is... that is perhaps the dumbest fucking misclick I've ever done. Let's do this!
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue. I will not hold back.
Together we shall overcome.
We're near or far.
Ah!
And now this. I will not hold back. Light unyielding.
Oh, god damn it! Ah!
This will hurt.
By blade.
Fuck.
Allow me.
Immortal sacrifice!
Allow me.
By blade.
Fuck.
Hold still.
I can't fucking remember any of those fucking symbols.
Crystals of light. To me.
What are you doing? Fuck.
Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. You now. I will not hold back. The sorrow of hope's demise.
Ah!
Think. Find your way in the darkness. Then you are resolved. But this test is far from over.
Alice, I wanted that. Fuck. Ah! 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 Damn it!
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? Change of arms. May the test continue.
You underestimate me!
Wait. Ah! Damn it!
And now this. Light unyielding. By blade. Light unyielding. By blade.
You cannot stop us! Something special for you!
Crystals of light. To me. Here. The soul of creation's end. Feel. never look back. Then you are resolved.
I am prepared to face the end!
My crystal's light.
Make ready. Hold still.
That's the one staying close.
We're near or far.
This will hurt.
We're high or low.
Wait, trap! Fuck.
You now.
Something special here.
Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal.
You underestimate me. Make ready.
My blade.
You're mine.
Succumb not to fear.
You underestimate me.
I hope this is far away enough.
You cannot stop us.
We're near or far. At last, man has the strength to.
That was extremely stressful.
No! This can't be happening!
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis.
Oh.
Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Let's hope that improves.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized.
Oh.
They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal. our final hope.
Oh, shit.
Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope, as goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azum, yes? As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way, but not.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, an
Farewell, Heidelin. Venat. I'm glad to see you well. Though we could roughly place your soul, steep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? We fought Heidelin to the death. She wanted to test us, to see if we were ready. And so she entrusted to me the crystal. And then... You mean to say Heidelin is... No. There's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We will find Meteon if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over that crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through. We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this, but I need to ask nothing more of you. We have only 2 means to travel to the great expanse, the moon and Charlene's Ark, and I am too aware that without both of them, there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could never rescind it, even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and I would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself a Heidelin is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can try to court through the sea of stars in a single day. Ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap? Aha! I've been expecting you. I heard all about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea? Dizziness? Hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know and I shall add it to our records. There are the pragmatists, eh?
you are.
Albert?
Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
We're so close to the end. But unfortunately, it's almost midnight over here, and according to my FC mates, I'm probably not going to be able to complete it before I have to go to bed, so thank you everyone for coming, and tune in next time where we reach the end of Final Fantasy XIV. I'll see you then.